With your latest sports headlines, I'm Matt Hutchinson. Good evening. Another day, another goalless draw in the top flight. This one between West Ham and Bournemouth. Elsewhere today, Brighton have eased some pressure on Fabian Hurtzler with a 2-0 win at Brentford. James Milner broke the Premier League appearance record in that one. Burnley scored a stoppage time equaliser to pick up a crucial point against Chelsea. That one ended 1-1 at Stamford Bridge, while it was the same score between Villa and Leeds. City can move within 2 points of Arsenal by beating Newcastle live on TalkSport tonight. North of the border, Hearts have gone 5 points clear at the top of the Scottish Premiership. They won 1-0 against Falkirk. Scotland atop of the Six Nations table following a comeback win against Wales. The visitors scored 3 unanswered tries in the second half in Cardiff, with that score ending 23-26. Meanwhile, England were well beaten 42-21 against Ireland in Twickenham. And at the Winter Olympics, Team GB are hoping to win the men's curling for the first time since 1924 tonight. They're currently playing Canada in the gold medal game.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave on your mobile. Game day exclusive TalkSport. Checklist, accuracy, attitude, acceleration, adrenalation. The game day cometh. Eat yourself fit with football. The hopes, the heroes, the highlights. Game day exclusive on TalkSport.
A very good evening to you, wherever and however you're listening to TalkSport. I'm Ian Danta at Etihad Stadium for our exclusive Premier League commentary at 8 p.m. All of a sudden, we appear to have a title race back on, courtesy of Arsenal's wobble at Wolves. So can Manchester City take advantage and claw back more ground on the leaders, or will a buoyant Newcastle, fresh from handing Karabag a battering in Baku, end a dreadful run of form in the blue half of Manchester? Their fourth meeting of the season, and arguably the most important. And we've got it live on TalkSport. Manchester City against Newcastle United.
That's right, woodchuck chuckers. It's Groundhog Day!
Every time we've played there, we've made too many mistakes.
Might come back to Reinders! And Manchester City are going to Wembley.
From Newcastle, they've been awful, but City have been absolutely outstanding. Man City 3, Newcastle 0.
And it's 2-0 now to Manchester City. And it's 2 goals that Dubravka will be disappointed with.
It's 5-0, and it's Raheem Sterling with his second goal of the afternoon.
Too good for us on a number of occasions, and that's the jumping gap we've got to try and bridge this weekend.
But Eddie Howe doesn't do history, he rewrites it. Can he scribe a new chapter tonight? And Haaland will score. And it was so easy there for Erling Haaland.
12 games is a lot, like I said before. So it's Newcastle. It's only I'm concerned.
City getting stronger. You look at Gay now coming in and shoring up the defence. I think Semenyo's been an exceptional piece of business in January.
Arsenal have dropped 2 points in the title race.
Many things is going to happen, I said 2 weeks ago. Many things is going to happen until the end of the season.
Burn Square. Tonali with another drive. Oh, what a goal! Sandro Tonali!
And it's Karabag 0, Newcastle United 5 before half-time, and Gordon's got 4 of them.
You know what? I think we can go to Man City and play with no fear. Then why can't we go there and get a good result?
Certainly think in 2026 we're going to have some twists and turns in the title race, that is for sure.
TalkSport already well past 300 live commentary games this season across a myriad of competitions, and we are just getting started. There's so much to play for and so little margin for error, as Arsenal discovered to their cost on Wednesday night at Molineux, live on TalkSport. And that slip-up is what's given Manchester City the chance here at a rainy Etihad Stadium to get within 2 points of the Gunners ahead of tomorrow's North London derby. That means maintaining a very proud home league record against Newcastle United, who were only here just over a fortnight ago, losing 3-1 in the EFL Cup semi-final second leg, but are looking for a rare league double over the Citizens this evening. So let's not muck about and bring you the team news straight away, with the game less than half an hour from getting underway. With all the details, here's your match commentator, Sam Matterface.
Well, in his press conference in the build-up to this game, Pep Guardiola said, "I didn't speak for 1 second about the title race with my players. There are 12 games left. I couldn't care less." Well, he makes just one alteration from the last league game, the 3-0 win over Fulham. They played Salford last Saturday in the Cup. There's a lot of changes from that outing, but it's back to the full league team today. The only change is Foden slipping out for Omar Marmoush, who scored twice in that League Cup semi-final second leg here against Newcastle United. Donnarumma is the goalkeeper. The back four is Matheus Nunes, Ruben Diaz, Mark Gay and Ryan Aït-Nouri. Then it's Bernardo Silva, Rodri and Nico O'Reilly in midfield, with Marmoush and Semenyo supporting Erling Haaland in attack. Foden is on the bench, so is Reinders, Stones, Cherki, Gonzalez, Savinho, Kusanov and Lewis. What about Newcastle United, whose record here is awful, and that's just being kind? It's 11 years since their last away win. That was a League Cup game. They haven't won here ever in the Premier League. Rolando Aarons and Musa Sissoko scored that night. Alan Pardew, TalkSport's Sunday night host, was in the dugout. They make just the one change from their midweek trip to Karabag. Nick Pope is their goalkeeper. Is Trippier, Chow, Byrne and Hall the back four. Willock, Tonali and Ramsey in midfield. Ilanga, Voltemada and Anthony Gordon in attack. Barnes slips to the bench, which also includes Joel Linton for the first time in a while. Osula, Murphy, Ramsdale, Murphy, Shahar, Neve and Ruddy are also amongst the replacements.
And who better to have alongside Sam and myself for this one than the man who played for Newcastle United and went on to manage Manchester City. Stuart Pearce, good evening. How's tricks?
Evening, gentlemen. All good, thank you. Looking forward to this one tonight, Dan.
Yeah, it's fallen into our laps rather nicely, this, after what happened at Molineux on Wednesday. Look, we've had a free week for Manchester City, Stuart, whilst Newcastle had this 5,000-mile round trip to Azerbaijan. What significance do you think that all that's had on team selection tonight, how this game might pan out?
Well, I think that the result that Newcastle managed to get in Karabag will be really helpful, because the game isn't in the balance, so his team selection of next week will be whatever he wants it to be. So he's gone heavy today in this game, you know. How much of that journey's in their legs, we don't know. First class travel, so not too bad. Last time they were here, I was looking up the game we covered, which was the League Cup, Carabao Cup second leg. I thought Newcastle were outstanding, but they missed some real gilt-edged chances. If they can convert those chances and create as many, this could be an interesting one.
Do you know what? I said exactly the same to Jamie and Jason about 45 minutes ago, and that was that we were here that night, and when you go back and you look at the chances that they had, James Trafford had a brilliant night in goal, produced some superb saves, and they missed some absolutely criminal chances which they really should have taken. And actually, if you look back at the two legs of that semi-final, in the first leg, Johan Wissa misses a chance in the first 5 minutes of that game, which would have changed the whole complexion of the tie. So look, I think Newcastle will think that there's going to be opportunities for them tonight. What they have to do, which was what they didn't do in those two matches, which was take them.
What Manchester City didn't do here last Saturday when I was here for the cup tie against Salford was due to Salford what they did a year ago. They scored early, but they only won 2-0 in the end, Stuart. And all right, that's 7 changes that Pep made that day, but Carl Robinson made 7 changes as well, and Salford were well in it. I'm not quite sure where City are at the minute. Are they this juggernaut that's going to steamroller everybody, or is there still a bit of fallibility there?
I see the fallibility, I've got to say. That's why I've been strong on Arsenal and have been consistently for the last few months. I think they'll win the league. I've not seen Arsenal drop off it. Probably Wolves' second half was the only time I've seen them. Even in games they've dropped points, like Brentford away, we covered that. I thought they played really well, but I thought Brentford were outstanding. Man United, they played really well. So I see more chinks in the armour of Manchester City at the moment than Arsenal in regard to who's going to win the league. And to be fair, I think the acquisitions have probably helped a little bit, steadied the ship a little bit. Semenya and Gahey, definitely.
I think they're coming into form, especially defensively, Dance. If you look at the back line, Gay and Diaz coming together, we've seen them the last couple of weeks. They look a completely different outfit to the one that we saw in the early part of January, when they were really struggling to keep clean sheets because Max Elaine was having to play. No disrespect to him, but he'd been playing the first half of the season in the Championship. That back four now of Nunez, Diaz, Gay and Aït-Nouri in front of Donnarumma, just starting to look a little bit more solid. It's one defeat now in 14 Premier League games for Manchester City, and they love the end of the season.
They certainly do. What I would say as well, I'm a little bit disappointed. We think that Gordon's going to play on the left-hand side.
I was about to ask you about this.
I wanted him to play up front for the sake of probably Newcastle and their threat tonight. but also as well England. I think he could be a real asset in the summer, playing as a number 9 if anything happens to Kane.
Well, let's contextualise this, because that's the system that Eddie Howe deployed in Baku against Karabakh, with Voltemade playing as a 10 behind Gordon. But you both suspect he's going to go back to a 4-3-3 tonight,
and at Villa as well last weekend, and at Tottenham Hotspur. You know, this is something that they've done over the last 3 or 4 games now, as they look to try and find a way of winning points away from home. I'm a little bit surprised, I've got to be honest with you, that Harvey Barnes and Jacob Murphy are on the bench tonight, because that trio of Barnes, Murphy and Gordon cause so many problems with their speed in behind. And if they do have a vulnerability, Manchester City, it is speed in behind their defence.
Yeah, and if you've got your speed on the width in Elanga and Gordon, both of those individuals are going to have to drop back when they're penned in by Manchester City. The good thing about having a speed merchant at the front end of the team in Gordon at the middle, he can stay furthest up the pitch, and that counter-attack, turning defence into attack. With Voltemade, you can't do that. He can't run in behind and get away from anyone.
But let's not prejudge it, Dance, because although it looks like that on paper, Eddie Howe has been pretty cute at changing different things in game, and I wonder whether or not he might play Elanga and Gordon as a sort of narrow 2, with Voltemade dropping deep into midfield, as he did in that game against Aston Villa.
Well, we'll keep an eye as soon as the game gets underway here on TalkSport in less than 20 minutes. I suspect, gentlemen, we'll have 1 or 2 Arsenal fans tuned in tonight to our coverage.
Why?
I don't know. Sales of loo paper might be going up and up and up in that particular area of North London.
I think they need an early night with the derby coming tomorrow.
Sam will be there tomorrow for Game Day Live, 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Sam's got all the goals covered in all the Premier League matches, including the North London derby at 4:30. But if they are going to, Stuart, hope that Newcastle do them a big favour tonight, you get the sense that Newcastle are going to have to score more than 1, because their clean sheet record at the moment is really poor.
Yeah, and especially on the road as well. They've not been as convincing. When the chances come, they've got to take them, but I'll make you about right there. I think a 1-0 victory won't be forthcoming for Newcastle to get over the line this evening.
They miss Ben Botman, don't they, being at his best. He doesn't play enough games of football. He's just signed a brand new long-term contract, and Eddie Howe actually said he hoped there would be better news about him today. There isn't. He's still not available for him, and he's a proper defender. They need someone of his stature there. As well as Dan Burn has done, he hasn't got the speed that Botman has got over to cover the ground. Doesn't read it the same. He's obviously been brilliant, but I just think they look more robust with him. And obviously Tino Livramento, Dance. I mean, poor old Kieran Trippier, 10th start in a row now. He's being forced to play every single week.
Talking about speed, the speed with which Antoine Semenyo has settled into life here at the Etihad is... Well, there's a lot of things that deserve a round of applause for what Antoine Semenyo has done, Stuart. Kept on playing at Bournemouth when the deal had been agreed. Many other players would have sacked it off and said, no thanks, I want to prevent injury. Scored with his final touch as a Bournemouth player to win a game. Comes here, and it looks like he's been here for 3 seasons.
Yeah, I've got to say, in the modern day game that we're in at the moment, it's an absolute pleasure to see individuals like him, akin to probably Declan Rice as well, that knew that a move might be in the offing, conduct themselves in the right and proper manner. And because he didn't destabilise himself at his club that he was sold from, I think it made it seamless coming here and settling in at City.
He has been a revelation. Phil Foden's an interesting debating point at the moment. Just right now, Sam, a plethora of attacking English midfielders trying to find consistent form to catch Thomas Tuchel's eye. Where are you with him? Because he's more goals and assists this season than he did in the whole of last campaign, but nowhere near the levels of the season before that.
But those 6 goals in a span of 4 Premier League games earlier in the season have sort of masked what has been a real downturn in form ever since. He has failed to score in his last 15 appearances for Manchester City. He's looking still for his first goal of 2026. He just hasn't been able to consistently perform over long periods of time. And actually, we were talking about this off air. You know, who is he a rival for when it comes to the squad? Well, he has to be a rival for Rodgers. Rodgers scores more goals. He has to be a rival for Jude Bellingham. Well, Jude Bellingham scores more goals and affects games in a different way. And who's the other one? Probably Cole Palmer. And he probably doesn't score enough goals in comparison to him either. So, you know, he's up against it, I think. He's going to need a very strong end to the season in order to book himself a place on that plane.
Sam Matterface and Stuart Pearce, your commentary team here at the Etihad Stadium, alongside me, Ian Danton, members of the Tunnel Club down beneath the pitch side, getting their photos behind the velvet rope as the City players trudge off the pitch, having completed their warm-up, and the Newcastle players too. So a quarter of an hour from getting underway here on TalkSport for our exclusive game day commentary. Let's get the odds with our friends at Betfair.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sub from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
And we say a very good evening to Joe Dyer, who joins us from Betfair. What have you got for us tonight here then, Joe?
Yeah, I'll give you a snapshot of the odds. Obviously, with Arsenal wobbling in midweek, this is a huge chance for City in the title race, isn't it? Thankfully, for City fans, or I guess anyone else cheering them in the title race, Spurs fans potentially, the Betfair traders say it's going to be 3 points for the home side. So you can get 4-9 on a City win, 4-1 on Newcastle pulling off the upset, and 11-4 on the draw. All those bets come from our 90-minute guarantee match odds market, which means we'll pay out on your winning bets at 90 minutes regardless of what happens in added time. A note on that, there's more than 23,000 Chelsea bets were saved by the 90-minute guarantee today. Just a quick look at the stats. One that leaps off the page is the fact that City have won the last 16 in a row at home to Newcastle. So it's understandable why they're so short in the market. Regarding the goals in the match, the Betfair traders again are confident that we'll see plenty. Over 2.5 is 4-9, so the same odds as a City win. And if we're thinking there's going to be goals, we have to look at the players that score them. And surprise, surprise, it's City players dominating the top of the market. And Erling Haaland, of course, is the man at the top of that list. 4-7 simply to score today. 11-4 for 2, 10-1 for a hat-trick.
Joe, thank you very much indeed. There's all the latest odds for you ahead of kick-off. Thanks to Betfair, 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sub from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So from our vantage point at the back of the bottom tier of the Colin Bell stand, I can see that the temporary goals after the pre-match warm-ups are being taken down by the ground staff. All the Premier League paraphernalia has been placed on the pitch, and the flags are ready to welcome the teams in just over 10 minutes' time. Exclusive national radio commentary on the way of Manchester City against Newcastle United. Stay with TalkSport.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it. Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating, amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue, unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar, and it's there. His favourite ice-cold beer. What a result! Catch every game live in the Pub and Grill at Village. Get in. Find out more at villagehotels.com.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Sir Mo Farah is still getting to grips with things.
So, Mo, with Sprint Delivery, we get the order to them in as little as 20 minutes. Mo? Mo?
Done. He was on the 18th floor.
Nice work. But, you know we use delivery riders, right?
Oh, now you tell me.
Sprint it in as little as 20 minutes. Screwfix. No stopping you. Conditions and geographical restrictions apply.
Discover the world of Dobble, back in McDonald's Happy Meal. Race through the worlds of music, sports, space, and more. How quickly can your little one spark a match? Dobble's bursting with fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 5th of March 2026, from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy. Double range comprises toys only, while stocks last.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then...
substitution.
His game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Sub, your bet simply rolls onto the player coming on. Playing a different league with Betfair.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Applies to singles, multiples, and bet builder bets on qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boost. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Oh, he's really opened up the Sun newspaper there, Jim.
No question, Clive. Straight in the middle and right into the free pull-out goals.
Goals, yes. The ultimate football coverage with the best expert writers. In-depth tactical analysis. Unrivaled coverage from every league and all the latest football action.
I think you've said it all there, Clive.
Sorry, Jim.
Not to worry, I was reading my copy of Goals anyway.
Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday only in The Sun.
In 10 metres, take a left at the pile of washing.
Sorry, what?
At the Valley of Toy Dinosaurs, approach the kitchen with no room to cook. Turn right at the floordrome. You've reached Chaos. Recalculating. Suggest immediate course correction to IKEA for fitted wardrobes, children's storage and cupboard organisers.
Find your way back to calm. Discover smart storage at your local IKEA now. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing around my football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like West Ham United versus Bournemouth live today. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
And the thrilling games continue.
The prodigal son of all radio stations is on the air. TalkSport 2, because sport never stops.
There ain't no stopping it now.
Get set for more live sport, more incisive pundit comment and opinion, and more Andrew McKenna.
Thank you very much. That'll do.
Sport radio that hits you for 6. TalkSport 2.
Go there to a ball and his ball aim is dragged it back onto the stumps.
Hard tackling live Super League action.
Strong and hard and made of steel.
Live commentary of the UEFA Champions League.
Champions of Europe again.
Live Aviva Premiership Rugby.
They must surely score.
Golf coverage that's perfectly pitched.
We're not allowed to cry on radio. We're supposed to be tough.
Serving up live ATP Master Series tennis.
And Andy Murray, with his head in his hands, goes to congratulate Novak Djokovic.
I'm so happy. TalkSport 2.
Live international football.
What a goal!
Get in the ring. Go the distance. TalkSport 2.
And Fury's got it. A unanimous decision.
If you can kick it, hit it, bowl it, pass it, putt it, pot it, or catch it. You'll find it right here on TalkSport 2. The prodigal son of all radio stations is on the air.
Can they make it too?
TalkSport 2, because sport never stops. We're sorry, this commentary is not available in your country. Please visit talksport.com/commentaries to hear an alternative stream or listen to TalkSport 2 for even more live sport. TalkSport has so much sport, we're running out of radio to play it. In fact, we've got enough rugby, cricket, horse racing, boxing, motor racing and golf for an entire other radio station.
And the thrilling games continue.
The prodigal son of all radio stations is on the air. TalkSport 2, because sport never stops.
There ain't no stopping it now.
Get set for more live sport, more incisive pundit comment and opinion, and more Andrew McKenna.
Thank you very much. That'll do.
Sport radio that hits you for 6. TalkSport 2.
Go there to a ball and his ball aim is dragged it back onto the stumps.
Hard tackling live Super League action.
Strong and hard and made of steel.
Live commentary of the UEFA Champions League.
Champions of Europe again.
Live Aviva Premiership Rugby.
They must surely score.
Golf coverage that's perfectly pitched.
We're not allowed to cry on radio. We're supposed to be tough.
Serving up live ATP Master Series tennis.
And Andy Murray, with his head in his hands, goes to congratulate Novak Djokovic.
I'm so happy. TalkSport 2.
Live international football.
What a goal!
Get in the ring. Go the distance. TalkSport 2.
And Fury's got it. A unanimous decision.
If you can kick it, hit it, bowl it, pass it, putt it, pot it, or catch it. You'll find it right here on TalkSport 2. The prodigal son of all radio stations is on the air.
Can they make it too?
TalkSport 2, because sport never stops. We're sorry, this commentary is not available in your country. Please visit talksport.com/commentaries to hear an alternative stream or listen to TalkSport 2 for even more live sport. Talk Sport has so much sport, we're running out of radio to play it. In fact, we've got enough rugby, cricket, horse racing, boxing, motor racing and golf for an entire other radio station.
And the thrilling games continue.
The prodigal son of all radio stations is on the air. Talk Sport 2, because sport never stops.
There ain't no stopping it now.
Get set for more live sport, more incisive pundit comment and opinion, and more Andrew McKenna.
Thank you very much. That'll do.
Sport radio that hits you for 6. Talk Sport 2.
Well, that's what ball and he's ball him. He's dragged it back onto the stumps.
Hard tackling live Super League action.
Strong and hard and made of steel.
Live commentary of the UEFA Champions League.
Champions of Europe again.
Live Aviva Premiership Rugby.
They must surely score.
Golf coverage that's perfectly pitched.
We're not allowed to cry on radio. We're supposed to be tough.
Serving up live ATP Master Series tennis.
And Andy Murray, with his head in his hands, goes to congratulate Novak Djokovic.
I'm so happy. Talk Sport 2. Live international football.
What a goal!
Get in the ring. Go the distance. Talk Sport 2.
And Fury's got it. A unanimous decision.
If you can kick it, hit it, roll it, pass it, putt it, pot it, or catch it. You'll find it right here on Talk Sport 2. The prodigal son of all radio stations is on the air.
Can they make it too?
Talk Sport 2, because sport never stops. We're sorry, this commentary is not available in your country. Please visit talksport.com/commentaries to hear an alternative stream or listen to TalkSport 2 for even more live sport. Talk Sport has so much sport, we're running out of radio to play it. In fact, we've got enough rugby, cricket, horse racing, boxing, motor racing and golf for an entire other radio station.
And the thrilling games continue.
The prodigal son of all radio stations is on the air. Talk Sport 2, because sport never stops.
There ain't no stopping it now.
Get set for more live sport, more incisive pundit comment and opinion, and more Andrew McKenna.
Thank you very much. That'll do.
Sport radio that hits you for 6. Talk Sport 2.
Well, that's what ball and he's ball him. He's dragged it back onto the stumps.
Hard tackling live Super League action.
Strong and hard and made of steel.
Live commentary of the UEFA Champions League.
Champions of Europe again.
Live Aviva Premiership Rugby.
They must surely score.
Golf coverage that's perfectly pitched.
We're not allowed to cry on radio. We're supposed to be tough.
Serving up live ATP Master Series tennis.
And Andy Murray, with his head in his hands, goes to congratulate Novak Djokovic.
I'm so happy. Talk Sport 2. Live international football.
What a goal!
Get in the ring. Go the distance. Talk Sport 2.
And Fury's got it. A unanimous decision.
If you can kick it, hit it, roll it, pass it, putt it, pot it, or catch it. You'll find it right here on Talk Sport 2. The prodigal son of all radio stations is on the air.
Can they make it too?
Talk Sport 2, because sport never stops. We're sorry, this commentary is not available in your country. Please visit talksport.com/commentaries to hear an alternative stream or listen to TalkSport 2 for even more live sport. Talk Sport has so much sport, we're running out of radio to play it. In fact, we've got enough rugby, cricket, horse racing, boxing, motor racing and golf for an entire other radio station.
And the thrilling games continue.
The prodigal son of all radio stations is on the air. Talk Sport 2, because sport never stops.
There ain't no stopping it now.
Get set for more live sport, more incisive pundit comment and opinion, and more Andrew McKenna.
Thank you very much. That'll do.
Sport radio that hits you for 6. Talk Sport 2.
Well, that's what ball and he's ball him. He's dragged it back onto the stumps.
Hard tackling live Super League action.
Strong and hard and made of steel.
Live commentary of the UEFA Champions League.
Champions of Europe again.
Live Aviva Premiership Rugby.
They must surely score.
Golf coverage that's perfectly pitched.
We're not allowed to cry on radio. We're supposed to be tough.
Serving up live ATP Master Series tennis.
And Andy Murray, with his head in his hands, goes to congratulate Novak Djokovic.
I'm so
happy. Talk Sport 2.
Live
Welcome
international
to our audio commentary coverage. This broadcast is not an official product of this competition. Welcome to our audio commentary coverage. This broadcast is not an official product of this competition.
मेरा नाम जुगनू है, मैं फैसलाबाद से हूँ। पहले हम दूसरा मसाला यूज करते थे। एक दिन बेटा शान मसाला ले आया, कहता है
Nunes the best of a bad bunch in my opinion, and he's got Rodri on his inside as well, who probably a cover across maybe. Whether any of the attackers chase back, I think that's where they need to be taken on. Last time I saw Newcastle and Kieran Trippier playing, though, I thought he was really deadly average. So maybe today they could get it after him. I thought one of their flying wingers might be playing today, Man City, but anyway, here's Bernardo Silva. And he beats his man, then just drifts inside the Willock, and eventually some good defending by Gordon, who has got back and helped out. So it's all happening on the flanks at the minute, Rob, and it's another corner.
Yeah, I didn't think that was great defending from Willock. He was playing there in man rather than the ball, and he basically went past it. He was bailed out by Gordon tracking back. There was an element of fortune about the ricochet, but still, I don't think that was great defending. Whether City can threaten from a corner is open to question. It's the second one they've taken short.
Yeah, but Rodri recycles the ball. He goes backwards, happy enough to do that. It's a great victory for Newcastle in the midweek. Anthony Gordon was superb. Been scoring goals for fun in the Champions League, but not in the Premier League. Well, I think he's got just 3. So scores for, what was it, 3 times as many, 4 times as many anyway. Semenyo now, he drives forward. It's a great cutback. Was it a great cutback though? He didn't find a colleague. It looked good off his boot anyway, and whisked past
this
everybody.
This is not an official product.
Diaz now on the ball, and for Man City, it's not a new sight to see them hemming a side in. But Hall comes out. It's a good block challenge. Ball breaks into midfield. Voltemade is brilliant at holding onto the ball. I just think he was such a good acquisition. I don't know if he has got the pace to be the out-and-out striker. I do like him slightly in behind. I'm not sure it suits the Newcastle 4-3-3. He's playing up top today, but I like it when he drops that bit deeper. Anyway, Tonali flicks the ball, and he's outstepped there. Looking to find Elanga, can't quite find him. So 5 minutes gone at 0-0. Well, Eddie Howe come under pressure, Rob, and then all of a sudden he reels off a few victories, and you remember that he's actually a good manager.
Yeah, I mean, beating Newcastle is no easy feat in the FA Cup, and you think of all the, that particular game, all the decisions that were basically terrible from the official stroke VAR, and then to obviously back that up with a 6-1 win in a knockout tie in the Champions League on the road. I mean, obviously it's a big trip, and people will talk about fatigue, etc. I'm not sure it's affected them up to this point, but we're only into the 6th minute. Gordon's building up a head of steam there. Hasn't got much support in the middle, but I think he might play beyond Voltemada, like you suggested. I think it worked in midweek, didn't it? And the pace, I think pace against City is a problem for the home side in this match. Maybe Rodri doesn't cover as much ground as he used to. He's obviously had plenty of time off through injury. But I just don't think that, it sounds silly, I don't think they've replaced Kyle Walker. I don't think Núñez is a right back, and so he's doing a job, but he's not necessarily a right back defensively. I think he gets caught out, and of course he doesn't have pace like Walker to recover those situations.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Voltemada puts the ball in, Diaz just about well enough, and Gueye clears it. I think Gueye was a good acquisition for them. Semenyo too. I didn't think they needed Semenyo. I was surprised, really. But yeah, there's always a few things that surprised me about City. I thought Savinho was going, and then he didn't. And then I thought they might get Rodrigo, but that didn't happen. Anyway, they've got enough. They can't have all the good players, can they? But they've got enough. Cherki, I think I'd be playing him today. If I knew that Kieran Trippier would be playing for Newcastle, I think that Cherki would be the man to take him on, or any of their good wingers. But anyway, that's that. The ball in midfield at the minute. Our referee Thomas Bramall just points to a spot where he thought there'd foul from Ryan A. Nuri. And typical Guardiola, if you could work out what his hand gestures mean, you're a better man than me. But anyway, the old washing machine there. Willock here trying to get the shoulder in. I thought he flung himself at the ball. For me, he doesn't get anything for that, and nor should he. I think our referee's ignored him there.
Yeah, I mean it's a good decision from the referee. They're kind of leaning into each other. They're showing decent pace. Actually,
welcome to our audio commentary
Walker, but he's got enough pace to keep up with Willock on that occasion. There's a coming together shoulder, but I don't think it's anything untoward. And of course, Willock hit the deck. I think the referee's got that spot on. Whether he'll maintain that sort of decision making through 90 minutes is debatable.
They tend not to. I still don't think there's a good referee in the Premier League this season. Anyway, that was the right decision for me anyway, and Rob. So we'll leave it at that. Lewis Hall has got a throw to take, and then he puts a curious ball across the field, but Trippier is there first. He can't do much with it, just nods it, and Núñez will have the ball back. It was funny about Kyle Walker, wasn't it? He sort of, he's not the right player for us. We can't underlap and do, And I'm thinking, well, hang on, he keeps bailing you out with his pace. What do you want? What do you want out of your defence? So many times they've been caught short, and I think both last season and this, I'm not saying that Kyle Walker would be the man. He maybe lost a little bit of that, but somebody like that, somebody who can defend, would have been good. They can't all be attackers, can they? And I think you're right about Rodri as well. I think maybe the time's now to let go of him. Not that they've got anybody to replace him. Gonzalez not quite that man either. But anyway, it is 0-0. I've got more questions than answers. Danberg got a yellow card then, and I think all he was doing was having a bit of a battle. I didn't think that was the worst thing I've seen. Maybe we need to see that again, but. Anyway,
I think the problem there was it was not quite as sneaky as the one that we were just talking about, because they're both wrestling with each other, and that's the problem. All of a sudden, arms are out and they're dragging shirts, and I believe the linesman made that decision rather than the referee, but it's right in front of the referee. I think the foul was for arguing about the decision. And he's probably just thinking, well, you just let that one go, why am I getting penalised? Because I did think there's a bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But arms were out, and it's a little bit more obvious when that happens.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see that again. Not that it's a big talking point, but anyway, we haven't had much to talk about. With 10 minutes of sort of nothingness, really. Not written anything down yet. but maybe that's because I forgot to write an earlier chance down. But yeah, the City haven't really got going. Newcastle will be buoyed by what happened in midway. It was brilliant from Voltemade, but equally brilliant from Marmoush, who takes the ball off him now, holding at the edge of the box. What can he do? And he finds Bernardo. Now gets the ball caught on his feet. Tonali can't tag him though. Nick O'Reilly now on the ball at the edge of the box. Again, Bernardo, just a little flick from him. Clever. He couldn't find a colleague, but I think it was sort of the right thing to do, just a blind flick and hope somebody got it. And here they are again, Semenyo at the edge of the box. He runs into traffic, and they should be able to clear their lines now with the Hall. Runs it away. Marmoush battling hard with him. Too much maybe there. Maybe just a little bit.
I wouldn't give it. I mean, I think the last two fouls are obviously one either way. I think the linesman's giving it. Obviously, we saw the other one. I think the referee gave it because it's the other half of the pitch to the liner, but it is right in front of the liner. I mean, he's off balance. He's facing the touchline and trying to play it down the touchline, so he's going to be off balance. I don't think that's a foul.
I think he was a little bit in behind him. I'd have been more inclined to give that, but again, there's not much in it. Yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. That Hall been bailed out. Plenty of intent from Omar Marmoush, who is one of only two who've kept their place in the team after the FA Cup 2-0 thumping of Salford over the bridge at Deansgate. Those lads, anyway. Yeah, it wasn't the most difficult hurdle. And for City, you get the feeling there could be more silverware. A little nudge from Rodri before he goes into battle with Gordon for his header.
Audio commentary.
They're holding a line there. They all have their hands up, but there was no offside. Holland trying to get involved there, but Thiaw comes across. Ball breaks into midfield. Rodri.
They have found things a little tricky in these early stages. They've just managed to survive early pressure from Manchester City, who know what a big game this is tonight. It's that North London derby, massive tomorrow for Arsenal. Already with the points dropped in recent games, this is now a title race that is very much in Manchester City's hands. If they beat Arsenal and the sides meet later in the season and then match Arsenal's results for the rest of the campaign, they will win the league title. Have to start with victory this evening, and at times they have looked a little bit vulnerable. Every time Newcastle win the ball back, they are put under immense pressure by City as Tonali tries to play the ball forward, and it is brilliantly stolen back. It's O'Reilly on the ball there for Manchester City. Matheus Nunes has it now. Forward to Rodri. To Ruben Diaz. Moves it across for Mark Gahey. Gahey now switching the play, but misplacing his ball out to the right-hand side. In fact, it's going to roll the way out of play for the goal kick to Newcastle United, who have some big names on the bench. There's some youngsters in there as well. Joe Linton and Harvey Barnes named amongst the substitutes. Jacob Murphy is also available this evening. Sula. Two goalkeepers, Ruddy and Ramsdale. The only other really recognisable names on the bench, otherwise it is made up of youngsters. Manchester City's bench is extremely strong as they come forward again on the counter-attack here, and it's fired towards goal and into the back of the net from O'Reilly, and Manchester City strike first. Less than quarter of an hour gone, and it was really very, very simple for Manchester City. Nick Pope beaten by a super strike from the edge of the box. And Pep Guardiola's team have the breakthrough. And it came from a little flick in midfield as the ball played to Mamouche. O'Reilly followed him forward towards the Newcastle penalty area. So O'Reilly's flick initially into the path of Mamouche, who then played a return ball to O'Reilly, hit it first time from the edge of the box. Left-footed strike, low and hard into the corner. Little touch from Pope, but he couldn't keep it out. That is Manchester City 1, Newcastle United 0. The dream start for Pep Guardiola and his team. No real surprise that they are up for this game this evening. Anthony Gordon getting himself forward but into an offside position. City. Getting the job done. Finding the breakthrough. Such a simple goal, really. Little pass from O'Reilly into Mamouche, and then Mamouche was away for returning the ball to O'Reilly. Finished so well. Newcastle now looking to hit City on the break as Voltemada picks out Gordon, who gets a really good first touch, and now he's into the penalty area. Can he get the shot away? He does. Really good save by Donnarumma. That was a big chance for Newcastle United. Brilliant breakaway from Gordon. Newcastle going very direct there. Voltemada picking him out, and now it's with Hall. Plays it all the way back to Dan Burn, and now Malik Chow forward again, picked up by Ramsey, who plays it out to Trippier on the right hand side. This is better from Newcastle. Elanga driving forward. There's two players up against him and immediately gives it back to Trippier. Lovely pass from Trippier though into Ramsey. Edge of the penalty area is a crunching challenge on the edge of the box, but a fair one according to the referee, and no complaints from the Newcastle player. And now Semenyo playing the ball out wide, and that is Aït-Nouri getting forward, looks for the shot, parried by Pope. Semenyo with the follow-up, and it bounces harmlessly towards the Newcastle goalkeeper, who gathers, and it remains 1-0 to Manchester City. End-to-end stuff. Pope is called upon again. Fairly straightforward save here, just parrying the effort. As the ball is played up towards Gordon on the halfway line, but City winning it back comfortably, and now Haaland gets hold of it, gives it to Mamouche, tries to slide it forward to Bernardo Silva, and it's gathered by Pope. It really does feel like Manchester City could score every time they go forward. Also with that breakaway a few moments ago, Anthony Gordon forcing a decent save from Donnarumma. Now the ball with Hall. Willock on the left-hand side now slides the ball through the middle looking for Gordon, but it wasn't the best pass, and it arrives at the feet of Gigi Donnarumma. Forward again. O'Reilly out wide. To Donnarumma once more. So as things stand, Manchester City 2 points behind Arsenal. Arsenal's goal difference only marginally better, +1 the difference. City can certainly overturn that over the next few weeks as they take a quick throw in after Pope's clearing, and Haaland lays it off for Rodri, cuts it back into the middle, and it is Willock getting back to clear the ball out of play. Ramsey, in fact, it was who managed to clear the danger. City so alert and took the throw in really quickly. Rodri not able to pick out anybody in the middle. It is going to be another Manchester City corner. Less than 20 minutes gone. Bernardo Silva is standing over the ball. Corner from the right-hand side. He's taking it short again to O'Reilly. And now Bernardo Silva clips it to the far post. Pope comes down, gets a fist to it and gets it away. It'll just take a little touch off the corner flag and go behind for another corner. This is relentless pressure now from Manchester City. O'Reilly's goal. To the right-hand side for Newcastle as Elanga drives into the penalty area, takes a tumble, does win a corner. Newcastle have had their moments in the opening 20 minutes here. This one came a few moments ago with Gordon's effort that was saved. Elanga has now won side a corner. Here's Trippier. New ball into the middle and headed over the top. Did Donnarumma get a touch? He did. So it will be another corner to Newcastle. This is a little bit better from the visiting side. Header was going over the top anyway. Can Newcastle make anything happen from this corner? It's taken and comes to the edge of the Manchester City penalty area. Lewis Hall with the equaliser, and it's 1-1 at the Etihad. Well, what a moment for the Newcastle fullback, and Manchester City's early dominance is undone by Lewis Hall. Newcastle players regrouping and having a conversation as the ball is fired through a crowd of players and into the back of the net. There might be a question of offside potentially. I don't think there is actually. It looked as though the Newcastle players were not in Donnarumma's eye line. The shot took a deflection off a City player before ending up in the back of the net. And midway through the first half, a blow for Manchester City as Lewis Hall makes it 1-1. A great moment for him. Newcastle benefiting there from a little deflection. I think it was Aït-Nouri who got a little touch on it as it came through, and it just took it away from Donnarumma. There's no question of any players in an offside position interfering with Donnarumma's eye line, so not much of a check needed by a video assistant referee. Tonight is James Bell. Thomas Bramall, the on-pitch referee, saw nothing wrong with it either. It's Manchester City 1, Newcastle 1. After 20 minutes or so that had gone almost perfectly to plan for Manchester City, a bit of a setback here in their quest for 3 points as they try and close that gap on Arsenal. Goal celebrated in the northeast and also, no doubt, in some parts of North London. As the ball is played to Donnarumma by Ruben Diaz. Donnarumma, the ball at his feet on the edge of the 6-yard box. No attempt to press from the Newcastle players. Eventually Gordon charges down towards him as Donnarumma clears it up towards Haaland on the halfway line. Now it's back with Ruben Dias again. Back to Donnarumma. Italian goalkeeper pointing, and taking a couple of touches before firing it long through the middle. It's picked up by Malik Chow, who finds Tonali battling hard for possession. Newcastle having to work hard to win the ball back. Dan Burn now playing it to Malik Chow. Forward to the goal scorer Lewis Hall. And out to Trippier on the right-hand side. Former City Academy player, of course, Kieran Trippier. As Manchester City win it back. Haaland to Semenyo, and now Mamouche. And City are on the move again. Omar Mamouche looking for the shot. Takes a deflection. Loops up into the air. Mamouche gets his head to it. Newcastle try and clear. It comes to Rodri. Back to Matheus Nunes. And now Bernardo Silva. Rodri picks it up again. Midway inside the Newcastle half. Pressure from Voltemada. Back with Bernardo Silva. Ruben Dias moves it on to Rodri. He now plays it back to Mark Guéhi, the only City player besides Donnarumma in his own half, as he gets it to Aït-Nouri. And back to Guéhi again on the halfway line. Newcastle sitting back, waiting for the inevitable. Manchester City attack. Ruben Dias to Bernardo Silva. Back again to Mark Guéhi inside the centre circle. Patient approach here from Pep Guardiola's team. Dias to Semenyo. Still midway inside the Newcastle half. To Bernardo Silva, and back again to Ruben Dias. Able to edge forward. No Newcastle player closing him down. Now Semenyo looks to take on Voltemada and plays in Haaland on the right-hand side of the penalty area. Clipped in by Haaland. Great ball. Brilliant header. 2-1 Manchester City. Nico O'Reilly has a second goal. Set up brilliantly by Erling Haaland. And it was all about patience from Manchester City there as they waited for the opening. Great ball in from Haaland. Great header from O'Reilly. And City regain their lead in double quick time. Semenyo playing his part in the build-up as well. And it was all about the cross from Erling Haaland. Semenyo took on Voltemada and then slipped the ball down the channel for Haaland to run onto, and he did so brilliantly, the Norwegian. And he hit a first-time cross, stabbed it up into the air, into the middle of the penalty area for O'Reilly to arrive and head across the goalkeeper into the bottom corner. 2 goals for O'Reilly, 2 goals for Manchester City, who regain the lead for a second time in the game. Guardiola celebrates, Manchester celebrates, as the title challenge continues. Another step in the right direction after the setback. Newcastle tried to hold off. Tried to sit back, and that did not work as Manchester City found a way through. Flag goes up for offside against Anthony Gordon. Just looking to latch onto a long ball. I mentioned already that Newcastle have some slightly unfamiliar names on the bench this evening. City's bench is absolutely loaded with talented options. Ryan Shirky, Phil Foden, Gonzalez, Kusanov, Rico Lewis, Savinho, Reinders, Stones, and goalkeeper, of course, James Trafford. Could so easily have been Manchester City's number 1 this season. So the arrival of Donnarumma. Lewis Hall just going through the back of Matheus Nunes to try and get onto a loose ball. Thomas Bramall not overly impressed with the challenge. It's going to be a Manchester City free kick. City with a 2-1 lead. 29 minutes played. providing the assist for the second goal, his 7th assist of the season. Same as Ryan Shirky, only Bruno Fernandes has more in the Premier League. And for all the talk of Haaland being a goal scorer and nothing else, he's shown this season his ability to provider. As the ball is fired forward by Newcastle, and Ramsey has picked it up on the edge of the penalty area, sends a cross in, it's a decent one. Rodri fires it up into the air, Donnarumma able to come and catch it, no back pass of course, that was a accidental ball back to his own goalkeeper there. Rodri. Newcastle win the ball high up the pitch here, and Ramsey has it. A little bit of space to run into. Gives it to Gordon. He's in good form at the moment. Gordon goes for goal. Parried by Donnarumma, who just picks it up. The second attempt. For a Newcastle throw. Play has just been stopped here because Sandro Tonali has got a bit of a problem. It would be a big blow to Newcastle United, already without Bruno Guimaraes. Down, receiving some treatment here. Looks like an issue with his left leg, possibly his knee. They do have Joelinton on the bench, should be the obvious player to turn to, the obvious replacement. Thing that Newcastle United need is a serious injury to Tonali. Such an important player for them. Tonali off the pitch currently, receiving a bit of treatment. The change not going to be made just yet. Indeed at all. City clear the danger from inside their penalty area now. One ball forward up towards Haaland. He tries to flick it over Dan Burn, doesn't quite manage, but it does come to the two-goal hero O'Reilly, and then Haaland flicks it on again to Bernardo Silva. Gone back well by Willock, and he's been stopped anyway here. So Newcastle player down at the moment. Malik Chow. The collision with Erling Haaland didn't look like anything much. They were coming together, an accidental clash. Chow down holding his face. There certainly seemed to be no blame attached to Erling Haaland. He just picked up his 7th assist of the season. 22 goals. League as well for Erling Haaland. 29 goal involvements in 27 matches. He's already matched his goals total and more than doubled his assist total from last year. 36 Premier League goals, his record. His first season at Manchester City. 27, 22 and 22 and counting for season 4. Chair back at his feet. Newcastle are not happy. I feel there was some malice in that challenge by Haaland. Didn't look like much according to the replay, but play can now get back underway. The free kick taken by Pope. Fires it long. Byrne getting his head to it. Tonali cleared by Haaland. Long clearance from Haaland. Should be having to run back a long way to retrieve the ball. Newcastle have been able to have some attempts on goal in this first half so far. They were briefly level through Lewis Hall, scoring either side of him. Nico O'Reilly for Manchester City. They lead by 2 goals to 1. Rodri now playing it back to Mark Gahey. Fires it forward. And Mamouche is into the penalty area and squares it. And it should have been 3. O'Reilly was there, but he couldn't quite complete his hat-trick. The flag stayed down. Mamouche might have been offside. Oh, it would have been very, very close. Possibly just on, courtesy of Malik Chow. He squared the ball for O'Reilly, and it was just getting away from the 2-goal hero. He was stretching. He could only get a foot to the ball and put it wide of the target. Otherwise, that would have been his hat-trick, if there was no offside. And it looked like it was one that would need a lot of forensic examination to determine. This ball is played forward to Hall. Ramsey now. Hall again. Tries to give it back to Ramsey. It's going to play for a throw-in. City with some defending to do here as the ball was fired into the arms of Donnarumma. This time it was Willock with the effort. Well gathered by the Italian goalkeeper, but it was a fairly comfortable save. As the ball is played back to him again now. Fired over the top for Dan Byrne to deal with. She does, just ahead of Haaland. Newcastle now feel like they're just kind of trying to get through to half-time here. out to Nunez on the right-hand side. Early cross from deep. And Matheus Nunez, it's going to be gathered by Rodri. Rodri into the penalty area, just gets away from Haaland. There was a crucial touch by Dan Burn there. Manchester City win a throw-in. Over 5 minutes plus stoppage time remaining. We've had a couple of delays in this first half. As the ball comes back to Bernardo Silva again. Now with Rodri. Gahey skips away from the challenge of Alanga and plays it out to the left-hand side. Rodri again. That's to O'Reilly. Looking for the cross. Haaland's waiting in the middle. It very nearly reached him as well. It almost bounced off him as Anthony Gordon fires the ball forward. Ruben Diaz pulling him back. That's going to be a yellow card. Gordon was away down the left-hand side. Not a goal-scoring opportunity, but there was a real threat there. And Ruben Diaz was in a lot of trouble. Anthony Gordon knocking the ball past him, and Ruben Diaz knew he wouldn't be able to stop him. Arm across the chest from Ruben Diaz, who picks up the yellow card. Would have been a harsh red, but it was a very cynical challenge, and that's why the yellow was an immediate decision from the referee. Absolutely no surprise at all. But he went to his pocket there. 4 minutes plus stoppage time remain in the first half. Wet night in Manchester. Tonali seems to have recovered from his earlier knock. Is standing over the free kick here. To curl this into the box, and it's headed in, and it is 2-2. Dan Burn with the goal, but it's not going to count. The flag goes up a little belatedly. Dan Burn wasn't really running away in celebration. I think maybe he knew he'd gone too early. Newcastle players just ahead of the City defenders. The ball is whipped in by Tonali from the left-hand side. Burn rising highest, getting there comfortably ahead of Donnarumma. But it certainly looked offside. Just waiting for confirmation now. And there it is. The referee just signalling that it was in fact offside. Dan Burn's goal will not stand. Clever bit of defending, actually. It's just a little nudge on Dan Burn, which pushes him into an offside position. He doesn't quite recover his position in time before the ball comes in. It's a pretty smart play from just the City backline there. Missed opportunity for Newcastle United. Burn plays it forward now. Pass to Pope was a slightly risky one as City pile on the pressure. Semenyo dispossesses Hall, wins it back brilliantly. Now it's into Haaland. Quick return pass to Rodri. City move the ball quickly. They have been forced back into their own half here, but they keeping the ball well, passing it around nicely. As Newcastle desperately try and win it back. They have done with Hall now. A bit of space for Ramsey, and Alanga's on his way down the left-hand side with pace to Burn. Takes on Mark Gahey, edge of the penalty area. Into the box now, looking for Gordon on the edge of the penalty area. Gordon falls down inside the box as the ball ran away from him. No claims from the Newcastle players for anything. Certainly no suggestion of a foul. Offside a few moments ago, keeping the score at 2-1, but now Semenyo bursting through the middle and playing it out to the left-hand side. Newcastle now looking for the flag, which hasn't come. Play continues. So Manchester City recycle possession yet again, trying to find their way through. Just looking to make these last few moments of the first half count as they come very, very close yet again to finding another goal in this first half. Erling Haaland dancing his way through and getting the shot away from the edge of the box. Good feet from the Norwegian, just didn't get the strike he was looking for. 5 additional minutes have been signalled here. Will give City time to maybe add to their lead before half-time. They'll feel they probably should be further ahead than they are at the moment. Looking to clear their lines, and the ball is with Willock under pressure from Rodri, who does manage to nick the ball away from him briefly. Tonali then finding the ball to Willock. Ramsey trying to play over the top. Alanga was in plenty of space, just wasn't able. Over the top, and it got away from Ramsey and ran all the way through to Donnarumma. City have had a few uncomfortable moments in this game. They do lead by 2 goals to 1. In truth, they could have had more. Semenyo winning the ball back for City brilliantly. The second attempt as well, as Newcastle almost steal it. Now it's played forward to Mamouche, and City with plenty of players in attacking positions here. As it goes out to the left-hand side for O'Reilly, in towards Mamouche. There's a strong tackle there as Newcastle win it back. Trippier looks to clear up towards halfway. City deservedly leading at this stage. To the first half here, leading by 2 goals to 1. Mamouche with another opportunity, and City cursing their luck here because they think they should have more goals. Mamouche picking it up, firing the ball wide from the edge of the penalty area. Certainly not afraid to have a go at goal, these Manchester City players. They feel as though they should be doing a little bit better here than they are. Still a couple of minutes of stoppage time remaining. Alec Chow's header out to the left-hand side for Lewis Hall. Chips it to Kieran Trippier, who nods it back to Nick Pope. Balls it out quickly. Trippier again. Goes long this time. Beautifully controlled by Elanga. It's on the right-hand side. Falls backwards, so he plays it to Tonali, who switches the play out to the left for Ramsey to drive towards the penalty area. Has Lewis Hall in support, but Ramsey is offside as the flag goes up again. More frustration for Newcastle United. Silva has it now. Minute to go. Played up towards Tonali, who flicks it on, looking for Gordon. City win it back again, and Rodri with space to run into and options either side. Goes for Mamouche into the penalty area, looks to beat Malik Chow, and he did manage to get past him and got the shot away. It was a comfortable save for Pope. Mamouche will probably feel he should have done better. Now it's with Elanga. 5 minutes almost up in this first half. Now it's with Tonali. Goes to the ground. Free kick. Nothing given by the referee. It's the
first on 14 minutes, a left foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the Citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the Citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the Citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the Citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the Citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the Citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the Citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the Citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Mamouche. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across at Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmoush. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens.
Welcome to our
with
audio
a brilliant
commentary
header
cover.
across
This broadcast is
Nick
not
Pope
an
after
official
a
product
lovely
of
ball
this
stood up to the
competition.
far post from Haaland. It's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on 14 minutes, a left-foot strike after being played in by Marmoush. Newcastle quickly got back into it, deflected shot from Lewis Hall after a bit of a melee from a corner kick. Nick O'Reilly then restored the advantage for the citizens with a brilliant header across at Nick Pope after a lovely ball stood up to the far post from Haaland. Well, it's half-time at the Etihad Stadium. Man City 2, Newcastle United 1. Been a good game this. Nick O'Reilly scored first on... Right, we're back, and just the one change at the break. Abdikadir Kasanov has come on. I don't think I've ever seen him play well, and I'm not sure what his position is. Sometimes they've played him at right back and he's totally at sea. Sometimes he's at centre back and he's totally at sea. But anyway, he's on for Diaz. I'm suspecting, Rob, that it's cost Diaz picked up the yellow card. We'll see, won't we? Anyway, Trippier ball to Alanga, puts him in and then out of the box for Newcastle. Well, it's a one-goal game. As they showed in midweek, they've got a bit of scope, so they could do something. I thought they had plenty of chances in the first half as well, and I don't think we've seen the end of the goal. I'm going to bring Robin in a second as Haaland just runs into Dan Burn. Poor ball stabbed forward by Semenya, didn't quite work out. Newcastle still got a chance of getting something out of this game, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even with a lead, City occasionally looked a little bit vulnerable. Quick counters, pace down the wings, could be Alanga, could be Gordon. But they had that, and of course City are only one goal in front, and if they don't get a third in the game and a 2-goal lead, then you know Newcastle are going to come after them. They're coming after them now.
Yeah, into the box they go, and the ball cut back from Hall. He's claiming a handball there. Referee didn't want to know any of that. Thomas Bramall waves that one away. Newcastle have it back with Voltemade. Ball through the middle, finds Ramsey, then back with Hall. Newcastle just for the first time. What is it about that end of the football ground that it needs to be laid siege to? I don't know, but it's what Newcastle just about doing at the moment. First bit of sustained football we've seen from them, really. It's a great crossfield ball from Trippier to Hall. He's still got that in his locker. And then the ball just held up slightly by Jacob Ramsey. I thought Tonali did a good job of quarterbacking his team. Ball for a given goal wasn't great. Gordon had to get on the end of that, and then he nearly lost it himself. And now Dan Burns under a little bit of pressure, sweeps the ball forward. He's lost it. And now a quick counter-attack. Surely he's on. They've got 3 against 2. They can use the ball wisely. Bernardo Silva just had to cut back inside, and in doing that he's lost momentum. Then he's having his shirt pulled by Willock, who's going to get a yellow card for that.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's silly really, because all the Newcastle players were getting back into position, but they just can't help themselves. Not just Joe Willock, other players. No need for the tug. He's on the halfway line, and there's about 16 players between Silva and the goal, so that's just silly really. Notice in the last attack Voltemade's behind about 6 or 7 Newcastle players. I mean, you'd think, I know he's not just a big man, but you think if you got the ball in and around the box, you want Voltemade in and around the box, not outside it. And that's a terrible pass from Semenya. He was had a real poor start to the second half. He's lucky that Rodri's bailed him out, because there was another potential counter there, and of course now he's threatening a goal himself.
Yeah, and then Dan Burn comes across. Semenya, I mean, you could argue, you could toss a coin up between him and Anthony Gordon for the best player in the first month of the Premier League season, but he seems to be having a poor game today. I wonder as well, does he keep getting faffed about in terms of the position he's playing in? I always think for Bournemouth it was sort of quite easy. he's either inside right or inside left, isn't he? And then he plays accordingly. I think he plays a little bit more on the inside. He's expected to do a lot more. And then he's had the ball taken off him again. It's a good sliding challenge. Bernardo points at the ball, but the referee's given a free kick. Again, Semenyo on the ball, lost it. Was it a poor ball? And then Bernardo, didn't he just chop his man down there, Rob?
Yeah, I mean, he got a bit of the ball looking at a replay. But Semenyo, I mean, he's just dawdling. I mean, I don't know what he's doing. He's really woken up, or not woken up in the second half. He's played some poor pass, and that's a harsh yellow card. I mean, obviously he won the ball, and he's not only has he given away a free kick, he's got a yellow card for it. Although he hasn't stopped talking, so it might be verbal that he's got the yellow card for. And of course, VAR wouldn't look at that. It's easy for us to see on a replay that he's won a bit of the ball, but the referees won't. But I mean, Semenyo needs to wake up. I know he's been good this season, great for Bournemouth over time. This is a good start to City, but this is a terrible start to the second half. He needs to book his ideas up. It's only a 1-goal lead.
No, exactly that. I think Bernardo, it might have been just for the challenge. He tickles the ball, but he's gone right through the man. It's like whether he gets the ball or not, he knows he's going to stop that attack because he's bringing the man down. And if that's the case, then it's just a tad cynical. Back in the day, you'd have pointed at the ball, pointed to the ball and given it a big... Then he just dives into Dan Burn, Bernardo Silva. What a stupid challenge to make when you're on a yellow card. There's no attempt for him to play the ball. Most normally that would have been a yellow card for somebody.
Well, I mean, it's into the chest. He's a big lad, and Bernardo Silva's only tiny.
It isn't about the respective sizes, though. It's intent. He's trying to stop somebody playing the ball by just jumping into him. If it was the other way round, and he clatters into Silva,
that's the size.
Then it's a yellow card, isn't it?
It's the size. I mean, he's lost his head a little bit. I mean, I just can't understand footballers at times. It sounds a bit cynical, I suppose, but just calm down. Why do they get so upset? If you don't like the decision, the referee isn't going to change it anyway. So why have a big spat?
He's a winner. He's got to win at everything. You can imagine the old Monopoly board going up at Christmas. I say, I've got a hotel on that, Bernardo. Anyway, Sandro Tonali's got a free kick to take. He's been pretty good at these. Anyway, Hall takes it. Instead, he's gone for goal. But, he doesn't catch Donnarumma out, or does he? And he just put it wide of the mark anyway. I'm not sure that was going in.
Looking at a replay, it's a 3-man wall, and he started it outside the left edge. It's never going in, and Donnarumma pulls his hand out of the way. I mean, it's a silly free kick, we know, but arguably it's a silly attempt to go for goal because that's not a great angle for a left footer. If it had been a right footer, maybe, but he started it too wide, very easy again to say. But I think that's a bit greedy going for goal there.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake. Trying to catch the keeper out and all that, but they didn't, and it didn't force a save. Flag might go up here on Marmouche or not. I think he might have been off. This hits the back of the net. Semenyo running into the box, but he loses it. Ball breaks back to Marmouche. And his shot goes over probably just as well at that point. And again, the assistant referee is saying, look, lads, I just can't put my flag up every time just because you want to. But I wonder how many stages of play that it goes through before it gets pulled back for the original offside.
Yeah, I mean, again, they argue. They're just arguing about nothing. It's children with toys, and most of the time they're out the pram. I mean, it's a tight call, and flag stay down. Obviously, you mentioned the FA Cup offside, which you just see one replay and think, well, he's offside there. It's not that hard to get that wrong. Then, of course, they got a penalty for a handball free kick for an obvious penalty. I mean, they gave the free kick, so maybe they're just feeling the rub of the green isn't going with them. I don't think in this match that decisions have gone against them per se, but there might just be a time thing. We've had a lot of decisions go against us over the last couple of months.
But listen, all these players, they'll never get enough decisions. Everything's got to go their way. And here comes Hall now around the back, and his cross is way too deep. Like a Kolarov effort, that, isn't it, from the left-hand side? He blammed that one. He needed a bit of finesse. They rate him, don't they, Lewis Hall? I haven't seen enough of him to say whether I think he's really good. I know he got a goal with a deflected shot and he's played all right, but I'm not certain. That's better from Semenyo. He comes into contact. Well, Ramsey tries to foul him. He doesn't foul him. He runs and he shoots and he gets right underneath it, Rob.
Yeah, not a great cross shot in the end. He did have options, but good strength, good pace. I mean, he turned Lewis Hall and then Ramsey. I mean, that's obviously cynical and potentially a free kick. He's not trying to win the ball, but it's a really ineffectual effort. But then in the D, he's got Marmoush to his left, Haaland to his right. It just lacked conviction. It was more of a, well, I'm in the D, I'm going to shoot. I didn't think he really meant it. It was kind of weird looking at that.
Yeah, he's having that bad of a game. I think he's thinking, oh, if I can just ping this one into the back of the net, then all's well. But typically when you're not having a good game, the ball is going to sail over. Voltemade gets a little flick on now, and that sends Gordon in motion, but the cover's there already from Kusanov back to Donnarumma. They're playing a lot deeper, aren't they? South Man City, their defence, whether they've been pushed back or whether that's purposeful, but either which way, they don't look good. They don't look good when they're defending full stop, I don't think. I think City could win all sorts this season, but they're definitely there to be got at by the better attacking team.
Yeah, well, I've thought that this season for a couple of seasons now. Actually, obviously, things didn't work out last season. We know that. Obviously, they had problems. I think this year they've put in some real stinkers. But then, of course, what do they want? 6 out of the last 7. You know they've got the attacking finesse to do it. To go on these streaks, and that might just get into Arsenal's head. There's a lot of talk about Arsenal. The gap will be closed. This effectively is a game in hand, so it'll be 2 points, and then Arsenal, of course, play tomorrow because Arsenal played in midweek. But I'm not convinced by Man City. That doesn't mean they can't win the title because all the firepower they've got, they're a danger to any team. But I think they can be got at. I also think in this game, they could have been better on the counter. I think they should have had more than 2 goals themselves. So I can't see it finishing 2-1.
No, I can't. And I think Ryan Cherky about to come on, he's going to give them a boost. I felt, when I saw Trippier playing today, he was passed the ball nicely and all that, but I don't think he'll have a leg to stand on when Ryan Cherky's running at him if that's what City are going to do. Anyway, the ball to Semenyo. He was having a terrible game, a couple of nice touches there. The ball goes backwards, and City can build. Nunes then to Bernardo Silva, who's just dropping back that bit deeper, gets the ball out of his feet to Guehi. 56 minutes gone at the Etihad. Still, City hold on to a goal advantage. They're 2-1 up. But this game's ebbed and flowed, and I don't think either me or Rob think we've seen the end of the scoring. Both teams have got soft underbellies. Yeah, the pace of Trippier, the pace of Hall, who's sticking in there with Hall quite well. I think he's enjoying the physicality of it, but he shouldn't be able to live with him for pace. Now, interesting to see who they're going to take off for Ryan Cherky to come on. And it looks like Joe Linton's coming on as well. Omar Marmoush going off. Oh, I thought he's played quite well.
Yeah, I think he's provided a counter threat. Holland's often played behind Marmoush, a little bit the way Voltemade and Gordon have been operating. Not all the time, obviously. It is Erling Haaland after all. But I think he's dropped deeper, Haaland, to allow Marmoush. I'd have taken Bernardo Silva off. He doesn't do much without the ball. I don't think he's done an awful lot with the ball today. Of course, he's just got a yellow card. Different kind of player, but I don't think he's particularly defensive. So Silva's still out there with a yellow card. I thought Marmoush was doing all right.
Ball to the box, Holland able to knock it back. The ball breaks through the box, then to Ryan Nuri, and then to Ryan Cherky. So they're keeping hold of it. There's a nice little play by Bernardo there. Nice pass to open up the angle for the cross. He's like Mr. Bits and Pieces in the sort of quarterback in the team to some degree. Bernardo Silva, Tonali had been doing sort of the same job for Newcastle. We haven't seen Joe Linton come on. I don't think Willock's having much of a game. Maybe he'd be the one you'd take off. I don't know. He's on a yellow card as well, Joe Willock. They were making a couple of... I didn't see who the other player was for Newcastle who was getting ready, but I think we're ready for that. And then the ball's been given away by Bernardo Silva, I think it was, and now an opportunity Ball forward looking for Gordon. He's on the half turn. Not much he can do with that. That's a poor ball. And then a good little bit of play by, I think it was Ryan Cherky back helping his defence out there. But the ball's going to break for Hall, and Newcastle have it back. And he makes ground. Nobody bothers chasing with him, but then he's got to turn tail on himself anyway. And Rodri comes across and said, "Come on, we're all in it." Well, that's Rodri's job. Anyway, Joe Linton's going to come on, and
Harvey Barnes.
Take a look. Voltemada's going off for Joe Linton, and then Harvey Barnes coming on. So we'll see.
That's just more pace up top. It was mentioned, of course, he was dropping deep, wasn't he? Voltemada. Different kind of player, Barnes. Just pace. Through the middle, out left, out wide on the right.
Well, yeah, I don't think it makes a great big difference that to Newcastle, really. Joe Linton, again, will stiffen it up. Barnes will probably go out left to allow Gordon to play the striker role that he's pretty much been playing throughout. I think Gordon's got a licence to shift around the front line a little bit. Anyway, Eddie Howe looks on. I don't know if he's pleased with the performance or dismayed, but camera lingers on Anthony Gordon. Barnes is a man who I think he's got talent, scores goals as well, and I think he'd be unlucky not to start more regularly. Trippier on the ball now, and he finds Elanga, who would also have been looking over his shoulder, I think, when Harvey Barnes was getting ready. He's not had a great game. Joe Linton, first touch is pretty good, and then a really good ball outside of his right boot to find Hall, and then Hall passes to nobody in particular on a very different wavelength then to Harvey Barnes.
Yeah, Harvey Barnes was going out to the touchline. It was played more straight, vertical to get him in behind. Obviously, I don't think he's had a touch yet. Obviously, didn't get the shout either. Nice involvement from Joe Linton first up. Looking at the break there, Joe Linton was running to the box, and Bernardo Silva was the closest man marking him if the cross had come in. So that's not even a fair battle, is it?
No, I don't think so. Just as well that ball didn't get in there. But, Bernardo does cover a lot of ground for him, doesn't he? As just a shirt pull there. And when somebody's pulling your shirt, it's natural to sort of flare your arms at the Harvey Barnes. Got a whack there. And, well, if that's how you want to play, then that's what you're going to get. Nunez turns him there. And if you're pulling somebody's shirt like that, you fling your arms back, don't you? You get what you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's silly. It's inside the City half. He's under a little bit of pressure outside his box. OK, he's been turned, Harvey Barnes, that is, but he's inside the City half. It's just a knee-jerk reaction from every footballer you see. They've got to pull somebody back. And he's got no real complaints, as Dan Burn was mopping up a City attack. He almost undersold the pass to Joe Linton, but Linton's got long legs, and Newcastle have possession back. I think City have gone off the ball a bit.
Here's Elanga, who might be offside in this move, but he's bombing into the area now. Just a little heavy touch from him, and he keeps on going until eventually there's no more racing room, and Ryan Ainuri reads it like a book. He might have been offside anyway. I said Elanga's been disappointing, and I feel like even more now. He was just on then, wasn't he, as well? He needed to find a ball, but there wasn't much on, was there?
No, I mean, he's not committed early enough, but again, it's silly defending in the sense that there's extended arms come out. I mean, defenders just haven't got a brain between them. I'm not saying it is a penalty, but they're giving the referee opportunities to give free kicks. Bearing in mind one or two things that have been given. He's in the box and he's on the touchline, and maybe the ball's going out. That doesn't mean the referee won't react. He's got the high fives. I think that was silly, really. Here comes City.
Yeah, Erling Haaland, edge of the box, ball at the feet of Cherky. Semenyo now, and he passes almost to the goalkeeper, makes an easy save. Well, while you were critiquing the defenders there for the Elanga, I was watching Elanga never once look up in that move. Feet, eyes down on the ball. You know, I'm going to do this, I'm going to scamper, 2 or 3 touches later, and then he's just jostled off the ball anyway by Ryan Ainuri, but he never looked up, so how can you know? I don't know which point he was going to raise his head, but I'm just not impressed with Elanga at all, really.
Yeah, I think he's struggled at Newcastle since making the move. Obviously, we know he's got pace, and he had a good sort of contributions for Nottingham Forest. I just don't think he's quite settled, has he? And maybe that's why he's struggling for game time. City back on the attack.
Ooh, and Trippier there, he's going to get a yellow card, surely. Well, Trippier by name, Trippier by nature, he got a yellow card. He goes in for a 50-50, he's no chance. It was sort of overplayed by Ryan Nuri, but then the 50-50 becomes a 60-40 and he just catches him.
Yeah, again, it's obvious. I'm not going to get the ball. I'm going to try and be in the way. I mean, you'd look at it and go, there isn't that much contact, but he's not playing the ball there, Trippier. He's still arguing, but he's got the captain's armband on. It'd be nice to see a player accept a decision and move on, but they can't.
No, you're right. You're right, Gaffer. No apologies. Always try to put the pressure on the referee. Don't give a sucker an even break, they say. Anyway, it's a free kick for Man City. So Bernardo stood over it. Little run over from Ryan Cherky, fooling nobody. But then there's a good ball in. Has the flag gone up there, or is there a little push or something? It all added up to nothing. Yeah, quite frustrating. This guy. I get the feeling as well, Rob, at some point we're going to get somebody sent off. We've got that many yellow cards now. I don't know where to start with it, but I just get the feeling that somebody's going to overdo it at some point.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's been a lot of, personally, I think there's been a lot of soft free kicks. I don't think the chatting back is helping anybody. And yeah, I don't think it's been a dirty game in any way, shape or form, but somehow, what have we got? There's 7 yellow cards, so 6, I beg your pardon. Risky headed back pass by Thiaw, but he's just about got enough on it. I think City, I mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, I think they've gone off the boil a little bit. I think there's opportunities to attack. Newcastle are going to try and get bodies forward. Nico O'Reilly hasn't seen the ball for an age, and of course he's up against Trippier, who's now on a yellow card. Semenya and Joel Linton are having a wrestling match. I mean, they're both pulling each other's shirt. How does a referee come up with the decision he has? Joel Linton's the perpetrator. But for me, they've both got a chunk of each other's jersey. Free kick, Man City.
Yeah, sometimes you say, right, well, okay, you're both fouling each other, but I'll get on with it, lads. You know, anyway, it's Man City 2, Newcastle 1. Newcastle have, I would argue, been the better team this second half. There's not much between them. Again, City have had their chances. They've been poor, haven't executed them. We're looking at you, Antoine Semenya, for once, not having a good game. Like you said, Nick O'Reilly's gone quiet. Holland doing his bit, but of course he's up against Big Dan Burn, who might not be quick, but he's plucky. All caught from behind there by Ryan Cherky, who's not really got into the game. So it's one of those. Newcastle, I think that they've got stuff about them. I think they've got a mentality that means, yeah, they can come from behind. I think winning the cup last season, that League Cup, it was a massive thing for them. I mean, obviously it was silverware, but it showed that they've got this sort of plucky resolve and a commitment between them that they can go on and do stuff even when they're behind. They can dig themselves out of holes. So they've got good character about them, even without their street fighter Bruno in the middle. Anyway, ball into box here. Barnes and Joelinton both thinking about it. Again, Donnarumma comes for a punch. He doesn't really get all of that. And then the ball spooned back in by Ramsey. They're fighting for the ball. Bernardo Silva heads it away. He's going to break through the box then to Harvey Barnes. Really didn't clear their lines there as City again. It's a soft underbelly. If they have to do any great amount of defending, they seem to make so many mistakes. There was a defensive header from Erling Haaland. He's their best defender at the minute, the big Norwegian.
Yeah, in fairness to City, I mean, they're outmatched, aren't they, in terms of physical height. Byrne, Joe Linton, Thiaw. There's 3 big units there, and Haaland's the biggest City defender. So it's easy to cause a problem, I think. I think they've dealt with it quite well. I didn't think Donnarumma did, but there was no free shot on this occasion. At the edge of the box. I mean, he's got it to the edge. That's all he's got it. Somebody's shooting and he's out of position. So I didn't think he actually dealt with it well. I also didn't think Haaland was fouled, but he made it look like he was, and he got a free kick, which of course is half the job. Win the free kick, do your team a favour, and now they're not under pressure.
You know, this sort of reminds me of the Wolves game against Arsenal, where you know it's all right being in front and all that, but then you get that little bit nervous, don't you? Maybe City can settle their nerves here. They're driving forward with Bernardo Silva. He goes into the box. The ball's going to break here. Kindly for Nico O'Reilly. He cuts. He's got to wait for the cavalry to come. Bernardo Silva stands the ball up. That's headed away. But in the same way that Arsenal look nervous and possibly we're thinking about, well, you know, we're on 3 points now at 2-1. Maybe we can hang it in there. We'll just break off because now Elanga's breaking forward. Look at Anthony Gordon. Well, you can't pass him, mate. You've run offside. Elanga keeps going into the box. His cut back is not particularly a good one. And, well, eventually City are going to clear their lines. Anyway, we are 3/4 of the way through this absorbing game. It's going to be Rob now to take us through to full time.
Cheers, John. As Nico O'Reilly's tugged Tiaw out the way. Tiaw rather, and that's a free kick to Newcastle. The last Newcastle Manchester City attack, they had 6 committed, and therefore there's a counter. But Elanga perhaps didn't spot the options early enough. They got too many light blue shirts caught down the field, and I didn't think they played that attack well. They had 6 around the box and nobody shooting in the end. Yeah, City need a third goal rather, 2-goal cushion, 70 minutes ticking over, 20 minutes left plus stoppage time. Obviously, they just want the 3 points one way or another to close the gap on Arsenal as the ball is launched from the halfway line to the edge of the box. Gay heads clear. Lewis Hall facing the wrong way. He's put under a little bit of pressure, and from Semenyo plays it all the way back to Pope, who's a good 20 yards outside his own area. It's a strange old game. You usually associate Man City with dominating possession and the opposition being camped in their own half, but they have reverted to numbers behind the ball. Plenty of occasions this season, new tactics, and they're inviting Newcastle onto them. Obviously 3 shots now for Newcastle, but a couple have come in the last couple of minutes, as well as they've played in the first half. It's kind of in the first part of this second half, it's kind of broken down in the final third. Elanga, that's a good ball to Ramsey, but his cross is blocked by Nunez, who's got to cross him, and now Nunez is bringing it clear. He's run into the imposing figure of Joe Linton.
Well, there's no outball, is there? Look at where Erling Haaland is. He's at the back defending. It certainly is something new. He doesn't trust his defence, but like any other normal team, you get pushed back, you invite that much pressure, and then they ain't no surprise when you know, if Newcastle get the equaliser, you have to try and counter-attack, but they're a long way away from doing that. Look at Bernardo Silva. I mean, you said he might have gone off, but I tell you what, he's covering a lot of ground, that fella. He must be fit as anything.
Halfway line throw to Newcastle, who is certainly getting on top possession-wise. Overall, of course, City still have that advantage, around about 55-45. But 60-40 to Newcastle in the last 5 minutes. But obviously, time is a problem for the Magpies. 18 minutes left plus stoppage time. There's obviously going to be a few minutes. They've just been caught in possession. Another potential counter for City. Haaland's picked it up. He's ignoring O'Reilly at the moment. Shot blocked by Tiaw. Not so many City supporting players there. I don't think Haaland cared. And now the break is on for Newcastle with Elanga down the right-hand side, already halfway inside the City half. Trippier up in support. Those two, a couple of 1-2s going nowhere. It's allowed City to regroup. Tonali switches play to Harvey Barnes, with Lewis Hall going on the overlap. Harvey Barnes driving infield, tries to work a 1-2. He does just about. It was a bit awkward. He kept it alive with Tonali. Now Trippier, 30 yards out, level with the right edge of the area. Cross comes in from Elanga, hits the back of Aït-Nouri. Not sure if it's a corner or a throw-in, but it's a decision that's going to go the way of the visiting side.
Yeah, pinged off his hip. We don't know if it's gone. We still don't know if it's a corner or a throw, do we? But going to make another change now. It's Murphy going to come on. Surely it's going to have to be Elanga going off. I don't know. I thought he's had a poor game, really. He did at least look up, but last time he was on a little dribble on that right-hand side. We're shaping that he's going to take the corner kick, but I think maybe he'll be leaving the field soon. No point taking this one short, is there? Surely you've got Big Dan Burn in there. He's just screaming at him. So I'm not to faff about, I think.
Yeah, Joe Linton also an option now. Tiaw scored a few goals this season. They've made their mind up, and eventually Elanga's going to take it. An away swinger. Doesn't beat the man at the near post. Nunez heads it clear. Picked up by Trippier, feeding it back out to Elanga. Fake the cross. back inside to Ramsey. Now Trippier from a deeper position. Obviously everybody's back for Man City. They lead 2-1 with time ticking. Jacob Murphy about to come on. Might be Kieran Trippier if Eddie Howe decides to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, maybe.
He's on a yellow card as well. Trippier plays a lovely ball into at the box. Gordon gets a touch, but Haaland comes across, just basically blocks the ball behind. Another corner kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, he's now both the best attacker and best defender, isn't he, Erling Haaland? That was a lovely ball over the top for Anthony Gordon. Elanga would have been offside, but it was meant for Gordon, who ran from slightly deeper. Another corner kick, just sling it in. I don't like Elanga's outswinger from that side either. So they're going to let Hall take it and have an in-swinger, which is a much better option.
Yeah, looking at a replay, I'm not sure Gordon wasn't offside either. Obviously a lot tighter, but it didn't lead to a goal, just a corner. So VAR's not going to check it out. It is a corner to Newcastle on their right-hand side. They've taken it short to Trippier, who swings it in deep to the far post. Joelinton. Would you believe Bernardo Silva's got between Thiaw and Joelinton, and he's won a header.
He's plucky. He's very plucky. He's game, isn't he? Game as a pebble. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Bernardo. I don't know where he's going to be next season. He might go on, to Portugal, but anyway, again, Newcastle don't get much luck there. Looked like there might have been a foul on Hall, but here comes Erling Haaland again.
He's ridden one challenge. He hasn't got much support. Eventually runs into Thiaw. He might have been fouled by Joelinton there. Referee didn't spot either a foul or a disadvantage, and eventually Haaland coughs it up. Harvey Barnes with the ball down the channel, looking for the runner. Gordon headed away by Kusanov. He'll get it back off Nunes, but the pass is back towards Donnarumma, who takes his time before launching it up to the halfway line. Haaland collapses under the pressure from Bern. This time no foul, says the referee. Can't make up his mind, Thomas Bramall. But it is Newcastle back in possession. They just want that ball back and the ball rolling. They've got 14 minutes plus stoppage time to get a point and maintain an excellent run of form on the road. Kusanov is grappling all over the back of Joelinton. So that's a free kick to Newcastle on the halfway line. The ball was kicked away. Everybody's pointing somewhere.
Well, because nobody knows, it's Thomas Bramall's foul roulette, isn't it? You know, you don't number if it's going to come on red or black, and you know, honestly, it's like he's playing a guessing game out there. But it is difficult because they're all pulling each other, all pulling each other's shirts. You don't know, do you? I'm not saying it's easy at all, but I believe they get about 120 grand a year. So I want somebody to be slightly better at the job than he is.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just getting frustrated by players. Used to be it was said the captain can have a word with the referee, nobody else, but everybody's doing it, and I don't like it. As the free kick is hit long, Joelinton with a toe poke, snapshot under pressure in the crowd. It's not on target, wide of the post. Donnarumma looked fairly comfortable with that shot, didn't look overly worried. Newcastle are going to make a double change. We mentioned Jacob Murphy. He's a player coming on. And it looks as though Asula is also coming on as well. So Murphy, Anthony Gordon's going off. He's been a bit ineffectual this second half, but bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I would say so, because he's a much better player than Will Asula. But I think it's just midweek exertions that he must be in the red by now. He's running hard, keep putting that many sprints in. I just think, give him a rest, you know. And it's an opportunity for Asula to show what he can do. But because they've taken Voltemada off, you're thinking who's going to hit the goals in now.
Ball hit long by Newcastle, asking Murphy to chase down the left-hand side. Well, he's veered off the straight there. If that was a Formula 1 race, Nori would be penalised. But he's just shepherding the ball into touch, throw into Manchester City, deep inside their own half. Obviously the table has just flashed up, perhaps not obviously, but it has. There'd be 2 points behind Arsenal, and of course there'd still be an inferior goal difference. Arsenal play tomorrow in the North London derby at Tottenham. But Tottenham, who of course did Arsenal a favour a couple of weeks ago, coming back from 2-0 down. That's a risky pass out from Pope, and it means that Thiaw has to hammer it long. Is Harvey Barnes onside? No, he isn't, and that's terrible. Newcastle had possession in their own half, and he's offside.
Yeah, I feel like we're watching Aston Villa sometimes tonight. We're watching City. They're playing very differently, aren't they? But you know what? That's up to Pep. They've got a different team. He's got to employ different tactics. You know, I've never seen him play so deep at the Etihad. I can't remember the last time. Are they really getting pushed back by superior play? I don't think so. It's just a change of tack. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird watching them. But anyway, here they go. They've played a man round the back. They've got an opportunity.
Aït-Nouri, well, he's one-on-one at the moment. Is he going to square? Oh, he tried a trick as Dan Burn came across. He's got it wrong. He was in space. Haaland was to the right. Burn was marking Haaland. Eventually, Burn had to come across, and then Aït-Nouri's tried a trick, and he's tackled himself, and the ball trickles through to Pope. How they didn't get a shot in a 2-on-1 is silly, really. Trying to be a bit too clever. I don't want to remind him, there's only a 1-goal lead with 10 minutes to go.
I mean, sometimes you give somebody enough rope. Too much time, almost. It's like, you know, it's like he had to make it all up by himself. There's no cue to go off. It's like, you know, he wouldn't be in that position in training that often, would he? Should he have found Haaland? I think that you've got to give massive credit to Dan Burn because he's run a brilliant defensive line. He doesn't overcommit, and he's blocked Haaland off all at the same time. So you've got to give massive credit to the defender there.
Guardiola can't believe it. I don't blame him. Good defending from Aït-Nouri. If he's blocked off the pass, have a crack at goal then. They did work the triangle really well, Man City. Maybe Newcastle had overcommitted, maybe they're fatigued, but they worked it really well. Aït-Nouri's free from the halfway line. But they got away with it, and now they've got a free kick just inside the Manchester City half. Of course, they'll go up to around about the edge of the box into the final 10 minutes. At the Etihad, independent, unofficial off-tube studio commentary. I said it wouldn't stay 2-1. It has been 2-1 for a while. And perhaps the clear-cut chances haven't quite come. That's a good-looking ball in and a stretching Burn. Can't quite get there.
I think he was onside this time. You know, he bent his run pretty well. He started off stood offside like they do. This time he's bent round, and I think he was on when he stretches for that. If it goes in, I think it would stand, you know. So it's a decent effort, that.
Yeah, I like the delivery of the ball as well. He's picked where the spot was, nowhere near the defence, and allowed the attack to run onto it. Unfortunately, I say this, and of course it's just that little bit too far in front of Dan Burn. If he can't reach it, no one can. But ball is quickly back in Newcastle possession. City might need a change. Cherki hasn't had much joy since he came on. Not blaming him. I just think City aren't playing to his strengths. And, well, I'm not sure whose strengths City are playing to, actually. Playing on the counter, are they?
I think they're playing to Arsenal's strengths. No, they're inviting trouble, aren't they? They're flirting with disaster. And, you know, and Newcastle showing pluck, grit and resolve. Here they go again, the through ball. Just too long this time. Murphy tried stepping off the flank, but the ball's just hit a little bit too heavy. But honestly, they... sometimes you watch City and you just think they play like, you know, they can't be beaten. They're always on the front foot. You know, attack is their best form of defence. But they really look like mere mortals tonight. They don't look anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, Semenyo almost caught in possession, but helped out by Aït-Nouri. They're forced to go back, Man City. It's with Nunez on the right, still inside the City half. Obviously, they made a couple of changes. Could make some more. Semenyo down the right-hand side. 1-on-1 with Tonali at the moment. But checks back inside, finds Rodri. Cherki turns. Plenty of Newcastle players back behind the ball. They've not been defensive by any stretch, but they want to make sure they've got a chance. Concede a third goal now, of course. Unlikely to get something from the game. So they want to keep it at 1 and try and counter quickly. Rodri out to the left-hand side. Aït-Nouri closed down by Trippier, back to the halfway line, and now Gay floats it across that halfway to Bernardo Silva, but he's going back into his own half. There's no go forward from Manchester City at the moment. Nice little back heel from Cherki, might get something going, but Haaland can't gather it. Dispossessed by Burn, and Newcastle back in possession. Time of factor though, inside the final 7. Chow for Newcastle, out to Trippier, just inside his own half. Ramsey back to Tonali in the centre circle. Not quite as desperate to get it forward at the moment. Newcastle trying to exercise a bit of patience and deliberation as Tonali feeds it to Murphy. Back to Trippier. Tonali. Again, City have got everybody back behind the ball. It's that low block as Trippier is forced back to Thiaw. 6 minutes left plus stoppage time. That's a better ball from Trippier. The first time flick from Tonali didn't work. City clear, picked up by Cherky, and then Joe Linton has caught Semenyo. The referee's put his arm out as if there's an advantage, and Cherky slows it right down. Semenyo is still down on the deck. Has the referee blown his whistle? If he hasn't, I'd go and tackle Cherky because he didn't put the ball out.
No, he didn't, and you know, it's not a head injury, is it? So, as bad as it was, he either blows the whistle or he allows the play on. But then Cherky just can't keep the ball in play like that. Or is this a new rule? It's nonsense. I'm not saying that Semenyo injured it, and I would have blown my whistle and given a yellow card to Joe Linton. But he didn't do that, so if you play on, you play on. If you want to put the ball out, you put it out, and then you can work out how you're going to get the ball back in play. He didn't do that. But it's a real weird game, this, isn't it? We're going to see Phil Foden come on now, just fresh legs. Yeah, who'd he be coming on for? Nico O'Reilly? He hasn't done anything for a long time, has he? I mean, if City, you know, if there's a late equaliser here, you'd say, well, you've only got yourself to blame. It's a real weird way of going about to try to get 3 points. This sort of un-City-like, I would have said.
Yeah, I'd be tempted personally to take Semenyo or Silva off. Semenyo, you know, he's got that threat, but I don't think City are playing to that threat at the moment. And I don't think he's been fantastic defensively. The ball has worked back to Donnarumma, who clears left-footed. Nico O'Reilly tries a little back heel. It didn't quite work, but Cherky sniffed out the loose ball, and then Joe Linton is adjudged to have brought down Cherky. He's arguing that Cherky was already going down. I wouldn't disagree, but that's football. 4 minutes to go, and Newcastle just showing signs of frustration.
Yeah, he's on the way down. What he brushed him. I mean, he should have got a yellow card for what he did 2 minutes ago, but there he's standing his ground. He can't be invisible at that point. He's got to go for the ball. Just nothing. In the first 5 minutes, we said Thomas Bramall made a good decision, and I think that's where we stopped. You know. Anyway,
Semenyo it is who's going off for Phil Foden.
Yeah, he's had a weird game. Just looked way out of sorts. They've had a lot of time as well off. He didn't play in the FA Cup game, and when I'd seen him this season playing for City, I thought he'd played quite well, but just not a going day for him today. Yeah,
he has strode off the pitch quite nicely though. His side is only 1 goal up late on, but he wasn't limping his way off. He's just been fouled. It's nice to see. Small things get me excited these days. City work a free kick to Rodri. There was space to run into there, but Rodri, well, he's been around the block. He wants to take time off the clock rather than score a third goal from just outside the centre circle. But most of City's recent possession has been perhaps starting in the Newcastle half and going all the way back to Donnarumma, as this particular passage of play does. It's headed back on Murphy's turn, but then Barnes had to halt his run. Murphy couldn't offload the pass quick enough, and it's going to trickle through to Donnarumma. Now Rodri collects off his keeper. 2.5 minutes to go plus stoppage time. That's given away on the halfway line by O'Reilly. Thiaw, Trippier.
They've done a decent job with the offsides. I think they're flirting with disaster with it. I don't think they're that well versed in it, but it's clear that they've been playing that a lot more, which isn't really like them. Maybe they're just thinking, well, we haven't got any great pace at the back, so we're going to do it differently. And maybe it's playing to Gay's strengths, who's going to be a mainstay for them going forward. You know, so they're employing a different tactic. Fair play to that. They haven't always got it right. Joe Linton's got the yellow card that he probably should have got about 5 minutes ago. I tell you what, between him and Rodrigo, they both want to foul each other, and it's just that Joe Linton does it better there. Because Rodrigo, he's not looking at the ball. he's looking at Joe Linton thinking, I'm going to get you first, but he didn't.
Yeah, he just got his body in the way. I mean, the arms come up again. It's not a punch or anything like that, but when your arms are up there, it's just obvious for the referee to see. Is it taking enough time off the clock? City aren't looking for a third goal. Crossfield ball aimed for O'Reilly, but that's not a great ball. O'Reilly wants City to defend a little bit higher up the pitch. Throw into Newcastle. A little over a minute to go. There will be some stoppage time. Perhaps not as many injuries in this second half as there was at the first, but
brilliant
stoppage play is a potential. Ball down for Osula. Kusanov just got the run, goes back to Donnarumma, who takes a bit of a chance, lifting it over Osula to find Kusanov. There was no need to be that cute, but he did. Ball up to the halfway line. Lovely touch from Haaland, and now it's 3-on-3. Silva, who's got Foden to his right, O'Reilly to his left. He goes for Foden. Foden missed the first touch. He then tries to cross right-footed. That's blocked, picked up by Cherky, who tried to wriggle his way through two defenders. Half tackle, but the ball goes City's way. Newcastle have regrouped, and City play a bit of possession football out on the right touchline. Could have been better, that. I think it's one of those games where, offensively at least, things could have been better for Man City. They have scored twice. Good switch of play to Aït-Nouri. He's not in a rush to get the ball into the middle, though. Silva up in support to Aït-Nouri. 90 minutes is up. We're into stoppage time. We'll find out momentarily how long will be added on. Only 4 minutes. That's not an awful long time. City 4 minutes away from closing the gap at the top of the table to 2 points. Gay sidesteps the attentions of Murphy. He's now bringing it forward. Slips it to Haaland. Takes it past Burn. Burn's done enough. I think it was a stabbed effort. The save comes out to Foden. The edge of the box. Driven effort. Saved by Pope. And, well, City in stoppage time have looked as dangerous as they have for a long time. Pope to the rescue.
Yeah, and they might just have one last go in the next 3 minutes. I thought they were going to be about 6 minutes or something like that. But anyway, City now finishing with a flourish when they don't need to. They've probably got the game won.
Yeah, good defending from Burn, not for the first time in this game, although Joe Linton stepped in to prevent Nunes making ground down the right-hand side. Tonali's down, so it's unfortunate for Newcastle, but he's down, and of course he'll need a little bit of treatment. I'm not sure if it's just the problem with his hand, or he's just holding his hand because he's in pain.
I tell you what, again, as you mentioned, great defending from Dan Burn. He's been brilliant today, hasn't he? And a good save from Nick Pope. They thought they'd sealed the deal there. I think Tonali's been brilliant in the middle of the park, quarterbacking his team, particularly his second half. He's been superb. His range of passing and all that, just out of this world. Really good player. There have been so many good performances for Newcastle players, but somehow it seems that they're not going to get anything out of the game. They probably deserve a point, but sport's not like that, is it?
Yeah, there's only 2 minutes of stoppage time remaining. We're a fraction over. Ball played to the edge of the box. Foden's first touch is not the best, and it's allowed Tonali to clear it into touch, but it's still a throw-in to Manchester City. They want the ball, and having it this high up the pitch is potentially a good thing. They won't have as much freedom to just knock it around as they would in their own half, of course. Nico O'Reilly has been given the player of the match. He's had a quiet second half, in fairness to him, but he has, of course, scored 2 goals, and he was a constant threat in that first period. Strange second half for Man City, given what we've seen over the last 10 years or so. They're just trying to adapt their play to suit all occasions. They are in possession on the halfway line. Gay pumps it forward as he was cloned down by Osula. It's going to come back from Joe Linton. Gay wins another header. Joe Linton headed into the back of Foden. He then tried to slide tackle Haaland. Might have got a piece of the ball. It's gone Newcastle's way. A little over a minute to go, 60 seconds. Trippier has it for the Magpies.
He had to go then. He had to send it. Why did he delay that ball? He's got runners then, running where he wanted it, and then he just delayed it. But well, they've still got runners, but then they've lost the ball, and City should finish this off now.
It's 3-on-3. And fed it to the goal machine that is Erling Haaland. Nobody's really tracking up in support. He's ignored them all again, and that's a good tackle from Thiaw. Joe Linton is trying to hold off Foden. He can easily do that. Mismatch once again, but it's just outside the Newcastle box. This is just basically got to get launched. Pope is trying to steal a couple of yards. The referee is trying to usher him back, all benefiting City at this late stage. So Nick Pope, surely his mind's made up. Hit it long, hope for the best. Burns gone up there as well as Thiaw. Joe Linton is then taken short, but it's short to a free Trippier. He's going to hit it long. Joe Linton underneath it, nods it down. Shot comes in. Oh, and it's a fingertip save from Donnarumma. Barnes it was with a strike. He's barely touched the ball. That could be... I think he got a fingertip to it. I'm sure it's a corner.
I'm sure it is. Let's take another look at it. We see it from behind the goal. Yeah, and he's going in. He's going in. It's a great save from Donnarumma. Look, Pope's up now for the corner. Brilliant.
Yeah, last chance saloon. We're into the 5th minute of stoppage time. It's meant to be 4, so this is surely it. It's going to be an in-swinging corner. Tonali with it, floated towards the near post. Oh, Pope beaten in the air. Haaland heads it out. I think Donnarumma just got a hand to it. It's only as far as Murphy. He's closed down by Cherky. He's had to go back to the halfway line. City want the full-time whistle launch back in there. There's a bit of pushing and shoving going on. It goes to Tonali. Stands it up towards the far post. Light blue shirts are underneath it. Headed away from danger by Bernardo Silva. And there is the full-time whistle. City could have scored in stoppage time. Newcastle might have got an equaliser. It's finished. Manchester City 2.